Listen up, it's the Topaz and the Jets. We got the vibe burning up just like that. Come on, Machinko's place where the party goes wild. Feel the groove, let the rhythm run wild. Topaz in the chat, make it swing. Join the crew, let your spirit sing. Feel the night, let the good times roll. Topaz in the zone, taking control.
Who's nicked me fucking batteries?
She's in the zone, tapping away. She's got her own throne, buzzing keyboards, wires go. Welcome to Majenko's, let's start the show. Click, 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 she's ready to strike. Dancing on streams, cutie like raccoon power, shining bright. Second tunes.
Welcome, Swarm, to the stream where pixels flicker and the chattel peak. Though you fluttered off, your presence remains. In whispers of wings and echoes of game. Here in Majenko's space we unite, to laugh and cheer through day and night. So the buzz, if you will, with this little dance, here at Mr. Comic, that's the jam.
Im Wirtshaus, heute Abend ist was los, RF-Programme. Du bist der Gast in unserer Gaudi der Hosen. Stolz und grandios, willkommen hier zum Magenkurs. Same Party auf Base, dass die Sorgen verschwinden. Hier wird heute die Freundschaft verbunden. Kampagne mal go mit Bienensen. Ich bin
And it's 7 o'clock, so we start. Hello! How are we all doing? Ah, yes, today we're poking Zoe. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub for PJB there, Swarm. And Hype Train going now as well. And a sub for Matt as well. Thank you, G-Pin. And the Hype Train has started, oh dear. Ah, hello Dopaz, thank you for the 30 bits. Hello Chloe. Yeah, Zoe is pissed off. And I'm pissed off with Zoe too. Hello Swarm, off to swim with the dog. RF Programmer is here, of course. Isn't he always? And we got a Matt and a PJB as well. Poking Zoe, not safe for work stream, absolutely. Poke, poke, poke. Poke, poke. But no, you can't even see that. Where are we? Poke, 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 poke. Give her a good poking. Poke, 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 poke. Doesn't help. She's still
Chloe
sulking.
Raccoon, I'm a womble, not a jester. Good on you for swarm of dead insects. Good on you, jeeping 24/7.
Matt's probably brewing a lovely cuppa right now.
Right, yeah, Zoe. She decided to start sulking last time I tried using her. Hey, SVK. It's always NSFW and Jeepins here, indeed. She decided to misbehave when I tried using her last, and it might be because I plugged this in, or it might not be. And a gifted sub for our program as well. Thank you, Jeepin. You're going it with the subs today, aren't you, you lot? And we're 95% of the way through Hype Train level 1. Woo!
Good on you, jeeping 24/7. RF programmer appreciates this.
It might be because I plugged the emulator in. It might not be. I don't know, because I didn't.
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says,
Cheer 50 choo choo.
Choo choo indeed. Thank you very much. That's 98%. Oh, you're so close. I didn't boot Zoe up and test her before plugging this in. So I don't know if it was caused by me plugging this in or if she's just having a general sulk. The way she's acting, I don't think it's because I plugged this in. Because she's acting erratic. Or semi-erratic. Now, I'll show you what she's doing. Let's turn her on. Click. She is on. Erratic, not erotic. Hey, MJ. I turned her on. Nothing's happening. Turn her off. I'll turn her on again. She decides to power up this time. Normally, you turn her on and she's straight in. All the self-tests that I have run on her have passed. Sometimes she powers up, sometimes she doesn't. She gets part way through booting and crashes. Turn her on and she's straight in indeed, yes. So you know what they say, if it's a hardware problem, it's always the capacitors. So we're starting with the PSU rails, yes. I've got a feeling the PSU in her might be dying. But that's okay, I've got a... Oh, it doesn't want to show. I was going to say, but that's okay, I've got a spare. There we go. There's a spare in here, just there. So we have a second CPU, second power supply. In fact, I have a third one, but that's down in the garage at the moment. If there's a network problem, it's always DNS, except when it's BGP. So my guess is that the power supply is going wonky.
with 50...
Hey, I've made that first level. Well done. Thank you.
Cheer 50 fart.
Thank you for the fart. Thank you for the 50 bits. Green screen out, whatever. Yeah, it does. Well, it's this background removal thing. You may have noticed, actually, that it's a lot smoother than it was. Because the OBS plugin is kind of iffy, but the OBS plugin now has working GPU support. So it's a lot smoother now, a lot faster. And I'm only using 12% of my CPU instead of 60%. So, yeah, you need to be more careful in room 454 G-Pin. Those floors are slippy and those goats are tight. Plenty of ice cream, some good movies, and a small but dedicated harem of goats. That'll do the job. That'll help cheer you up, yes. It is his goat petting hand, yes. Just watch this just boot up perfectly this time. Go, Zoe! This is about as far as it gets. This is the VAXstation 2000. This box here, it's on the desk. You can't really see it very well here. It's just the edge of it here, so it's just a little beige box. Lunchbox kind of thing. Hey, Kai99, is that? Kai99? Welcome to the channel. I have a VAXstation and I have a Microvax. Neither of which are behaving. They've both decided to give up the ghost at the same time. This one has decided it's just going to stop doing things and just be erratic. The other one has just decided that no, it doesn't have any hard drives. So I don't know what's going on with that one yet. That one's going to be an interesting one to try and diagnose. But then so's this. Freudian slip there, absolutely, yes.
With 100 bits, Dopaz says,
Cobble 100 Choo Choo.
Choo choo, thank you very much for the 100 bits, Topaz. This is the one that I'm using as the test bench for the MFM emulator because this is, there we go, it's just crashed. Because this is the one that I have an MFM system in that I can use as a source of information.
24/7. A subscription for Tyler who to spend.
It does weird things. It's not happy.
More enjoying the reggae.
The other one uses a system similar to SCSI that's not SCSI. DSSI, so it's weird. So yeah, that's what it does. It gets so far through booting and then it just goes. So my initial thoughts are it is most likely to be power supply.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, mother baby, but the G-train has left the station.
We got on to 35% of level 2. So let's pull her apart. She's a cute little unit. You can call her little. Zoom out of it. Doesn't normally have a floppy drive and a CD-ROM drive in. Right. Let's take these front feet off here. There's only one front foot on at the moment. Whoops, hard drive fell out. Let's take the hard drive out completely for now. And I've not got all the screws in at the moment because I was inside her the other day and couldn't be bothered to screw her completely, so I just left her half screwed. Okay. Off comes the top. And we shall remove the motherboard completely. Let's take all of this off. Pop out the SCSI. Disconnect the power. Right, we're going to strip her down. There's also a possibility that she might have memory errors, although the self-test for the memory passed. So I'm dubious on that count. I'll remove the battery. That's the network card left in there. We don't need that. The motherboard. CPU are these effective on. The whole thing is really the CPU, but the main heart of the CPU are these two here. Gotta love case designs where taking the lid off greets you with no change. Yeah. It offends you whenever CR2032s are buried and impossible to get to, yes. Especially on Dells, where they're underneath the CPU cooler and things like that. Ridiculous layouts. This is the memory expansion. I'm going to remove that. Remove that from the equation. Pop it into an anti-static bag just to keep it safe. Can you stuff a modern PSU in there? Quite probably. It's not quite the same as a standard PSU because it has plus and minus 9 volts, as well as the 12s and 5 volts rails, which is used purely by the Ethernet interface. That's the onboard RAM there. If it has a RAM fault in there, then, well, that's replaceable, so I can get new RAM. If the problems were caused by me plugging in the emulator, then chances are it's a Jelly Bean logic chip that's gone, because the MFM interface is all isolated from the rest of the board by Jelly Bean logic chips, buffers and drivers, line drivers. Ooh, thank you for the 30 bits there, Dopaz, with that cool cat. So That's why I'm thinking this is probably not to blame, because it's all isolated, and I would have thought the worst that would happen is that it would just not work on the MFM. So, but it's possible that it did take out a chip which has then nudged the rest of the bus or something, I don't know. He's spamming the cool cat. Where have my other glasses gone? I've lost my glasses. Oh, there they are. I found them. Right, so let me just a quick eye over it, just looking for any potential signs of damage, but I don't think I will see anything. No, it's unlikely I'll be able to see a thing here. No signs of any cracks in any chips or anything like that. How are these electrolytics up here by the power looking? Yeah, they're looking okay. Let's just see what the capacitance of them is.
Picard 47 Alpha Tango.
I'm not sure what I've done with the cable for my multimeter. Come on. But that's in circuit, so it may not be too happy. 17 for that one. Can't measure those ones in circuit very easily because there's too much load on them. Right, so I shall remove the power supply from the case. If that is even possible. I think it's these screws, but I can't be 100% sure. Unless those screws are the alternate feet screws. They might be. Getting some movement now. It's a PC Magus. Absolutely PC. Yes, what? Who? My Greek is a little bit rusty. No, I've just removed the whole of the bottom of the case. All I've managed to do so far is separate the bottom of the case. which I might need to do actually, because I can see screws. And, oh, now is that? Ah, hang on. Is it these screws?
In a bun. Gimme sausage in a bun.
How do you beep on deck talk? Colon, tone, frequency, comma, duration inside square brackets. There we go, that's released it. That's colon, tone, space, frequency, comma, duration. So colon, tone, space, 1000, comma, 300 inside square brackets. That's the common beeping of swear words tones. Okay, one power supply. I am going to just take the lid off this and have a look inside. See what the capacitors inside here are currently looking like. Is that a security bit there? It is. There's a security bit over that side. Good old security bits. Right, it's the security talks. Hey, good guess. Nope, not quite a good guess. Close. Slightly bigger needed. In fact, I'm not sure these are hex, not talks. Security talks. I'm sure I have security talks somewhere.
It's a classic misdirection tactic.
Maybe I don't. I've got security hex. But no security talks. That hex might do the job though. There we go. That's done it. With enough pressure, it grips. No, I don't have an iFixit kit, I'm afraid. I'd love one, but I don't have one. Block of cheese, yes. Cheap security bits. Just lacks torques. Right, that won't be going back in anyway. Ooh, cobwebs. There are electrolytics at that end, a plenty. That's on the low voltage end. No bulging that I can see. No leakage that I can see. But doesn't mean that they're not getting a little weak with old age, like most of us. No reefers. A reefer-free zone. But not a spider-free zone. Like candy floss. Apart from the spider's webs, it's surprisingly clean. It's hot rocks. These ones here, you mean? Oh, no, those are always domed. These ones at this end don't appear to be domed. Yeah, I only did half a job, so Zoe's not leaking. A rumbling noise fills the valley and the hot springs erupt in steam and boiling water. But that's a bit hot, isn't it? Yeah, I think I've still got this turned up, haven't I? Where are we? MK4, yeah, that's hot. A rumbling noise fills the valley, and the hot springs erupt in steam and boiling water. A smell like 1,000 taco restaurants permeates the air, bringing appetites to the maximum and tears to the eyes of the peaceful village of yaks and goats. Without more ado, a geyser, dormant these many months, erupts in a sheet of chili sauce, the reddish fog reducing visibility to near zero, nasal passages to absolute clarity, and both lips and tongues to burning numbness. Dinner's served, guys! Hopefully that wasn't too hot. The microphone, I mean, not the chili sauce. Alright, let's get you a better view of this. That one there is perfectly fine. These ones in here all seem fine. No bulgy bulges there. There's a bunch of tiny ones down there as well. They all look fine. But chances are they are going to be a little on the tired side anyway. There's the problem, it's broken. Yeah. Well, the way that Zoe's acting makes me think that it is most likely power related. Because you turn it on and nothing happens. Well, the fan spins, it powers up, but you get nothing out of the console. Turn it off, turn it on again, and she comes to life. And then crashes halfway through booting. A bit on the tired side you can get behind, yes. Scope on the rails. Well, I could. I only really wanted to look to see if there was any obvious leakage or bulging, and I can't see any. So, probably needs a recap at some point. Let me just pop a couple of screws in here. Any old screws will probably do, will they? Yeah, 632s. Plenty of 632s. That'll do for that. So what I shall do is alternate power supply. Cold boot timing cap is dodgy. Used to get that on Lear Siegler terminals. Is that in the power supply or on the motherboard? Because there's very few on the motherboard. Just on the power input rails. Hey, chill. There are 3 electrolytics that I could find. Just one on each power rail, basically, of the 3 main rails. Now, I can't get this out without first removing the rest of the case, because it's got a big fan in the way. There we go. Right, replacement power supply. The main board. Those are the only 3 capacitors, and they're basically on the power rails. I can't see any other electrolytics obviously on here. They probably want replacing anyway, those caps, but I don't have any axials. So redeem now, PC. Stop people abusing it. None underneath here, is there? No. Right, so what am I doing? I'm taking the replacement power supply. I'm working out how I can hook it up. Let's rotate this around so that this can go on to here, whichever way around it needs to go, that way. Still 5 times cheaper than TTS, yeah, I know. But it's deck talk. We'll get the dummy load.
Not being abused. I'm doing this willingly. No. Take Jeepin away from me. I'll be good, I swear.
Right, we need console. Plugged in. Power plugged in. And it powers up, and did we get anything on the console? Got something thinking about happening, but this may be buggered up at the moment. Reset. Nothing. Come on, Zoe, you can do it. Bite its freaking head off. We ain't getting nothing. Okay. The CPUs are getting hot, so something is happening. Is this a problem of serial communications or lack of? Yep, that's working. Bit of a loopback test, that's fine. This is worse than before now. Test the voltages. .999 volts on 5 volts. .228 on plus 12 volts. Minus 12.324 on minus 12 volts. On that 5 volts, minus 8.3 on the minus 9, that's good. The white one here. Bongo drums were getting to you, I'm not surprised. Got a feeling the white one should be +9, but maybe not. That's only used by the Ethernet port, it shouldn't have any effect on anything. Right, so that doesn't appear to want to work. Time for some ambient. Good idea. Let's get the original power supply. Bring that back into play.
A swarm of dead insects chats. Ambient music is like a gentle rain on a Tuesday afternoon. Pleasant enough, but not exactly going to get you dancing.
It's fine for background noise, but I prefer something with a bit more oomph.
A bit more oomph. Oops. Come back, you. Oh, everything's falling off my desk today. Okay, original power supply is now connected. We get nothing on the first boot. We start thinking about getting things on the second boot, but it's corrupted. Yeah, that USB is screwed up. Hello. It's gone on to one now, it's gone on to one. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Not too sure what it was doing there, but that has powered up now. As Majenko corrupted Zoe. Tune in next week. Same Majenko time, same Majenko channel. Okay, voltages on this power supply. 12.135. 4.94. It's a little low, perhaps. Minus 12. Plus 12. 5 volts exactly as it goes into the main board. 5 volts on that one, that's good. There's nothing on there. Minus 8.4. So that's about the same as we're getting with the other power supply. And this appears to have got stuck here. Doesn't normally take that long on B. The underscore means that it was not tested. And that's the onboard graphics, basically. "12 volts is all over the place on AC. 5 volts is 0.02 volts ripple. "12 volts is all over the place. And the 12 volts is hard to get at. Is that going to stay in there? I think it is. Okay, so we're powered up. Trigger is on channel 1. Coupling ace. That's trigger. Channel 1 coupling AC. That's 20 millivolts per division. It is kind of bouncing. Let's separate that out. Well, that's not bad ripple. That's on the 12 volts. It's tolerable. Let's see if we can get to the 5 volts. about the same on the 5 volts. No lower frequency there though, just a higher frequency. Haven't got that underlying waviness to it that we got on the 12, although it's not too bad on the 12. So that's not too bad, that ripple. But it is just refusing to power up properly. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Right, well, what do we have on here? We've got 3 clocks. Various different things. And they're all clock modules, so they're easy to probe. Let's just do a touch test. The memory is really quite cold. Valgemet.
Valgem is in the house tonight, bringing love and lighting up the night. Feel the rhythm, everything's alright. Dancing close, hearts are intertwined. Valgem is in the house, we'll heat.
Pours coffee into Ben. Good idea.
Everything's so
Right, I've just rebooted a couple of times. And
dance together through this end.
it's getting further now. But now she's crashing with Corrupton, which is probably because the battery has been removed, so her NV RAM is corrupt, which is to be expected. But she has actually powered up this time. Let's give her an exercise. Let's turn that off. What's up with gravity today?
Was subscribed for 26 months and says,
in the event of a Balgemit-related disaster, emergency exits are on either side to the front and rear of the channel.
Thank you for the resub, Ben. Right, so she's decided to boot up now, and she's exercising. The RAM's warming up slightly
Enjoy
now,
the ambient sounds.
but not much. Is there anything getting suspiciously hot? No. Oh, now it's gone screwy. There's something very much not happy with her. didn't see that, did you? There you go. That's what she did whilst I was poking her. And now she won't start up again. There we go, she's woken up the second time. When you have trouble waking up in the morning, nothing picks you up faster than a cup of strong, hot coffee, which you spill on your stomach. Absolutely. It soon gets you out of bed, that does. And now it's not going to get past B, is it? What is going on with this? It's so random that it can't be... You wouldn't expect it to be a chip gone, with it being so random. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it powers up, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it crashes, sometimes it doesn't. But the power seems okay. But now it's just not getting past the memory test. What about a Wallace and Gromit getting out of bed machine? Nah, spilling coffee on yourself is far easier. Let's try rebooting. Nothing. This is without anything added. This is the bare minimum. No extra memory, no extra network card, nothing. Bare minimum, chilly indeed. So either it's a power issue or it's a temperature issue. Something fails when it gets too hot, or not hot enough. The CPUs are getting monstrously hot though. I just can't touch them. Which is suspicious. And they have heat sinks on them. And the heat sinks are monstrously hot. Maybe they need a little extra cooling with it not being in the case. A package in a bush, oh yeah. I have put IPA on the heat sinks of the CPUs, and if it was getting too hot I would expect it to almost immediately evaporate, but it's still quite happily sat there. it's not horrendously hot, or if it is, then it's not getting through to the heatsink very well. Well, no, the memory seems relatively cool. There's still little puddles of IPA on the CPU heatsinks. What if I put some directly onto the CPUs themselves? No. It can't be that hot, it's not boiling away at all. There's no real heat going on here at all. And that one's a little bit warm, perhaps. That one's slightly warm. And they are obviously giving off some heat, but not enough to instantly boil away IPA. The scuzzy one looks to be getting quite warm. Scuzzy one is pretty. The scuzzy controller is pretty hot. IPA delivery mechanism. All you need is a vintage computer with a fault, yeah. And this one here is warm. That's one of the serial line drivers. This one here is a little warm. The SCSI chip is warm. This one is a little bit warm. I think that is the EEPROM MAC address in there. Nothing really jumping out at me as being extra hot. RAM chips look so far okay. Nothing extra hot going on there. CPUs are getting hot now. They're starting to boil the IPA away quite happily now. That one's a bit warm. Yeah, these are a bit warm here. Not sure what those ones are, though they're just 74245s. You can tell when they're hot as opposed to just an ordinary temperature, because they clear the IPA from the middle outwards as the centre of it boils away from the heat from the die, and it does it quite quickly. So these ones here are quite warm, but not overly warm. No more so than I would typically expect of line driver buffer chips. There's no immediate smoking gun or a smoking GNU either. But I can't get it to boot up at all at the moment. Nada. Nothing. Right. In In that case... Oh, thanks for the resub, Chloe.
Raccoon has resubscribed for 13 months and says,
That says absolutely nothing. Thank you for the resub.
Welcome, Chloe Raccoon.
Glad you're enjoying the ambient sounds.
Don't taunt Sir Stews a lot. Too much. Welcome, Chloe Raccoon.
13 subs total. That's quite the haul. I'm finding a lost button for you as a reward.
Time for the FMPS. We'll put that to just there. That'll do. Okay. The thumps. Except this isn't... No, that's the Ethernet. Things got messed up here. That's VS450. Okay. I have a local copy anyway. Digital documentation, hardware, 2000, schematics. Okay, this is more like it. It was VS450 that I wanted. Okay. They're just labelled wrong. Right. That's the memory expansion. Okay, and... So these ones that were getting sort of warm were these ones here. E130, 29, 22, 21. So that'll be data bus buffers of some form, I think. So 121, 2, 9 and 30. Yeah, here we go. There's 122, 129, 130. Not sure why 121 is. That's the onboard RAM. 152, 139, 157. 121. 2 from RAM BDAL. (8K/8 SRAM). E150 that comes from, along with 140 that comes from 151. So we've got some SRAM chips. Which could be registers of some form, I'm not sure. Or buffers for something. Cache. Could be cache chips. Right, let's get the scope going. And let's probe some signals. Let's switch back to DC. And let's go for 2 volts per division. Reasonably quick. Rising, channel 1 edge, DC, okay. Let's just have a probe around the place and see what we can find. Now, first off, can I find a decent ground to clip to? Yeah. Although it's not very long, I could do with an extension. But then, we all say that, don't we? That might do the job. That goes onto that. This onto the shield over here. Right. So, powered up. Nothing happening. Let's have a look at 121 was one of these over here, isn't it? But I can't remember which one now. Um, 121's the lower one of those, okay. So, 121. Is there any activity on here? Let's take a look at... This is coming direct from E150 SRAM chip, pin 9. That is just high. 8. These are worrying sizes of voltages. That's less than 2 volts coming from the SRAM chip. But if it's not selected, that's pin 1, that's the direction pin. But that's common with, that's the B right 0 pin. So there is write activity occurring. Let's speed that up a little. There's things happening on the bus, definitely. Let's try the other side of the bus. This is the BDAL side. 11 to 18. Lots of activity there. This needs to be faster. Let's make it much faster and switch it to normal. We're still too slow. I mean, the bus activity looks good. But there's nothing happening on the outside. So pin 19 is enable. And that should just be permanently high. So I think that's not being used. Okay. So let's check the enable pin of these. Right, that one is definitely being used. That one's not being used. That one is being used. That one is being used. Right, so we have 4 that are definitely being used here. Which are... What are you doing? Go away, system monitor. I don't want system monitor. I could do with having this open twice, actually. So that I can have this permanently available. So, 22, 23, 29 and 30 are used. Those ones are here. Uh, 22, 23, 22, 23, 29 and 30. So this section here, which goes from BDAL to VDAL, are being accessed. VDAL. Is that video? No, because that's BDAL. Oh, that's the video option. So VDAL is being used. What is VDAL? Returns from kitchen experiments. No worky. She doesn't want to boot up at all at the moment. Occasionally I can get her to start running her self-tests, but not always. And when she does run them, she tends to pass them perfectly. So I'm just probing random bits of the bus at the moment, just trying to work out what's what. Yeah, it's data address latch. But it's the V that I'm not sure what it is. It's Daft Punkle.
Capacitors doing jazz hands, resistors juggling tiny rubber bands. CRT screen start to giggle, keyboard keys do a little wiggle. So the smoke smells like bubble gum. That Funkle hits on here comes a hum.
Video RAM is going straight to BDAL. So it's not video RAM. What is VDAL used for? And everything just talks to BDAL. I don't see. Ah, BDAL goes into E124. There's a bit of VDAL going into there. Two, 3, 4, and 5. That's the only sight I've had of it so far. But all these latches for all this VDAL stuff. 32 bits of VDAL. What are you doing? Go away, System Monitor. Why do you keep popping up? No, go. Oh, I bet this is a bloody input leap screwing around again, isn't it? Come on, input leap.
Champion!
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says.
Tier 50 things popping up is always an issue.
Indeed it is. Thank you for the 50 bits. Right, we can search for VDAL now. Right, here we go. VDAL. It's the main bus, or the main VAX bus. That goes to the VAX processor and the FPU. Right, so that's VDAL. Okay, so that's coming from the CPU to the rest of the bus. Right, so that's where BDAL is being fed from. That's what's creating BDAL. Okay. No wonder I couldn't find it. I had to go back, not forwards. So CPU is this side, and everything else is that side. Right. So I should check all these B-dials, make sure they're all happy level-wise. And that's 29, 30, 22, 23. So that's those three there, and we want the left-hand side of those chips. Starting with this one. That looks good. Next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah. Next chip, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, next chip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, last chip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, B-dial looks good. B-dial appears on the face of it to be fine. Which is good. That's the main data and address bus. Multiplexed. So that appears to be fine. Right. Let's go and take a look at where are we? Serial here. This is the big chunky serial chip in the corner up here, E53, which has 4 serial ports on it. We have a master clear, master DMC, whatever that is, clock in, RGB, RGA, write high byte, write low byte, and RDEV. Those are all inputs. Output ready, input ready. On the outputs, well, that's I/O up there. This is outputs. We have transmit interrupt, receive interrupt. Those I want to look at. I'm not sure what these SLs are. That's our transmit and DTR. Let's see if I can get it to begin to boot up again. Actually, I'm going to look at the ROM chips. Make sure that it is accessing the ROM chips. That would be a good place to look. Boot and diagnostic ROMs. Pins 20 and 22 of these. I'm going to put this back onto auto so that I can see changes and see disconnected. Right, so that's 21, 20 and 22, that's correct. 20, yeah. 22, correct. 20, 22, correct. 20 and 22, yeah, chip enable and output enable are correct on all 4 of those. Now we have here demultiplexed address and data. The memory address and the memory data for the demultiplexed memory bus. So I'm going to probe those also on the ROM chips and make sure there's nothing odd going on these pins. Starting with the data bus. Not got the right glasses on for this. These are the right glasses. That's better, I can see. So I want pin 11 to start with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now that's just pure high. Just a power cycle. There we go, we're seeing data on there, that's okay. Next pin, yeah. Next one. Okay. 4th pin, yeah. 5th, yeah. 6th. 7 and 8. Yeah. Next ROM chip. Okay. 2, 3, 5. Yeah. 6, 7, and 8. Yeah. Next chip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, and last chip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, they all look good. Let's just slow the clock down a fraction on the scope. All this counting and still not a click out of anything, and yep. Right, so the memory data bus looks like it's behaving properly, so nothing's dragging anything down on the data side of things. So let's just go down the address pins and see if anything's being dragged down there at all. I think that one doesn't look as healthy as it could. That's A12. So far these are looking okay. And that's back onto the data bus there, so that's power. A14. I think those are okay. It's just there's not very much activity on those ones. There's plenty happening. So the system looks like it is running. And we're back down into data there. So the CPU is running, it is accessing the ROMs quite happily. But it is just not doing what it should do. One bit that I want to look at as well is just on the off chance. Where was it? The memory is using the same address and data bus. it's using the address bus, but the data bus is direct onto BDAL. So that's fine. Where are we? What was I looking for? I can't find it now. Let's find the connector. That would be a good starting point. There we go. That's SCSI. That's K11, and we're on 19. K11, right. Here we go. Yeah. This is all the MFM stuff. RD, this one up here. This is the outputs to the MFM drive, which would have been interfaced directly with the emulator. Then you've got the inputs from the MFM drive are here: RD index, RD ready, RD track 0. And they all go into this transceiver. They then go into the AB bus, which is what? That's an 8-bit data bus for all these values. It's on K10, which is here. The AB bus is going into the E174UDC, which will be the disk controller. So the connections that I connected the emulator to are all completely isolated through octal driver there and octal driver there, rather. So 179 and 156. Let's check those out. We do have an IRC server. Yes, it's on, where is it? FNet, I think. Let's go into WeChat on here. Yep, there we go. We are in, and there's nobody there, of course. But yeah, it's on FNet and it's hash Magenko. Yeah, it's there, but it's not used. Nobody uses it because Discord. Right, so I want to look at these line drivers, just on the off chance that maybe something did get screwed up with them. And they're causing an interrupt storm or something along those lines. So I need 156. I'd expect it to be over here somewhere. There's 159, there's 146. 157, 156. There it is. Yeah, it's by the Hitachi disk controller, HDC 9224. It's good that it's not a deck custom part. So we'll check that one out. LS240, easy to replace. So that's this one here. So we shall look at let's check the incoming side. Well, that should just all be floating. So pin 17. Pin 17 is just high. And the disk controller chip is pretty bloody hot actually. So that was D cell AC low, so that's high, that's fine. Read RD index is 15. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15 is just high, that's fine. Seek complete is 13. Just high, that's fine. Track 0 is 11. That's just high. Okay, the outputs of those are on pins 3. Let's just check enable. So enable is being enabled. Ooh. We're getting enable. That's the enable signal there. So that's regularly being probed. Pin 3. That doesn't look healthy. Pin 5. That doesn't look healthy. Pin 7 does not look healthy. Pin 9 does not look healthy. Pin 12 is not healthy. Pin 14 is not healthy. Ooh. Pin 16 is not healthy. 18 is not healthy. Hello. Maybe I did blow this chip up somehow. Though I wouldn't have thought I would. -1 kilohertz for Ben, oh dear. Right, I may have found a smoking GNU. Let's take a look at this one over here, which is 179. 179 is up here. That's this one here, isn't it? So the incoming should be screwed up. But we should see outgoing. That is permanently enabled, that one. Okay. This is so this is just being used as a permanent buffer. Coming from, because you've got, there's a 273 in front of it. So that's going to just be buffering the 273 as a line driver. So that's head select 0, head select 1. No, it's not. Yeah, that's the input of head select 1. Head select 2 is low. Head select 3 is low. So pin 2. Oh no, that's gone. that's low now. Okay. Let's reboot. There's definitely something up with this power supply. Because the fan has decided not to spin now. Is there power? Nope. The power supply has just decided it's not going to power up now. There we go, it's powered up now. It's spinning again. So what was I doing? I was probing here. Because it shouldn't be doing anything with the hard drive yet. The outputs of these are 18, 16, 14, 12. And this is an inverting one, so 18 is just high, 16, 14, 12. That looks fine for what's going into it. However, that one really does not look good. It would not surprise me if I destroyed that chip somehow. Although I can't see how I would have done. But if that is causing it to basically do things on the bus that it shouldn't be doing, I mean, that is a 74 LS240. Is it worth just taking it out completely? Do I have a replacement to hand for one of those? Where's my chips? Where are my chips hiding these days? Do I have 240s? What have I got here besides sockets? There's a 273s. Two 4.4s. .595s. 00s. 138s. And all the rest are sockets. I've got a couple of cardboard boxes somewhere. With chips. Where are they hiding? They're not small boxes. I should be able to find them. They're not in this crate, are they? They might be. Is that one? Nope, that's CPUs and associated chips. It's a box like that though, but slightly larger. And no, it's not in there. What have I done with it? It's not on the shelves there, is it? No. Is it down here? I don't think so. Ah, there we go. It's on the PDP-11. Oh, no, wrong box. That's big CPUs. I thought I had a box like that, full of logic chips. Maybe it's all in here now. I don't think so. It might be.
Champion!
With 50 bits, Chloe Raccoon says.
Cheer 50 Majenko's lost his logic? What's new there?
Yes, quite. Thank you for the 50 bits. Now those are assorted chips, but not logic. What have I done with them all? No, they're not in there, are they? I don't know where all my logic chips have gone. The add-on memory board, no, that's all surface mount. I can find one on another board, that's not a problem, but I don't want to, if I've got one available. Need to think for a moment. They're not in here, are they? No, that's all drives and RAM. No, I don't know where they are. Seeing me on a Monday? Well, the risk is all mine. Indeed it is, yes. I don't have an M&S bag. I have a floor filing system, which is failing me at the moment. I mean, I can take it off. That shouldn't be a problem. I'd put a socket on. The question is, do I want to be able to put it back on again? If I've got a replacement, then no, I don't need to put it back on again. Which means I can then cut it off, which makes removing it a hell of a lot easier on this kind of board. If I haven't got a replacement, then I'm going to need to put it back on again if it tests out fine. What's this one on here actually? What did I use here? I can't make it out. That's 244 pants. I was thinking the one on the emulator might be a 240, but it's not, it's a 244. What didn't the overlays like? What's Ben been doing? You got red text for the Gigantify emote. I've never seen one with text before. I can't remember if it was supposed to come out red or not, but evidently it is doing. Right. Let me just have another quick shufty through my miscellaneous through-hole box. See if there's anything loose. That's miscellaneous chips of the microcontroller and ULN whatever line driver variety. Darlington pair. That's PIC microcontrollers. That's an AMD microcontroller, a microprocessor. That looks like real-time clock chips. More microcontrollers. That's MSP430 microcontrollers. Those are all specialist chips, all categorized. Nothing going to be in those. there's no logic chips in here. I've got all my logic chips together in one place and then lost it. Sounds like I'm digging in Lego. Pretty much, yes. Box full of chips. Not in there. Not ended up in my box of memory, have they? Wouldn't have thought so. No. No, nothing in there. I'm sure they're all in like one of those black cardboard boxes of this style. But this is just chunky CPUs. This is 8 and 16-bit CPUs and support chips. I'm sure I've got more like that and just full of logic chips. But maybe not. Maybe I put them somewhere else, in something else, but bug it if I know what. Oh well. Let's yoink this crate out. And have a quick route through to find... Ow, stabbed myself nicely. Blood sacrifice has been achieved. Must be Monday indeed. I just stabbed myself with a pin. Oh, a PCB pin. A header pin. That one right there. Really sharp. So sharp it's gone. Or was it that one? They're so sharp, these. They've gone straight through the bag. Standing on a board with pin headers, yeah. That's a... I'm bleeding all over everything now. Let's get some electrical tape on this. That should keep it in. Keep the liquid on the inside. As I was saying, this is a synchronous serial card for PDP-11. I've got multiple of these. I don't really want to use one of these if I can help it, but I bet it hasn't even got a 240 on it, has it? Two 245, 244, 245, 244, 273. Would you credit it? It hasn't even got one. Okay, so I don't have one then. I could just rip it out regardless. I could try taking it out carefully, but all I will say is Ben VT240. That is all I will say. Not happy with this repair that I've just done on myself. Not working too well. It's really deep, that actually. They're vicious, the pins on these cards. Absolutely vicious. And I've got a big hole in my thumb. Right. Of course, there's always the chance that I take it off and it doesn't make any difference to that bus. And that it's actually taken out the drive controller, which is the HDC 9224. £50? What? 50 quid for a possibly dodgy one? £8 from Poland. And eBay's being sluggish at the moment. There are multiple ones from Poland. So it's not the end of the world if I have to replace that. Cheaper to replace the... Oh, you can't see that anyway, can you? There you go. There's a supposedly new one for 50 quid. Or 8 quid plus delivery from Poland. About the same to deliver it. TV Sat Electronic. Yeah, they're all the same person, these. TV Sat Electronic has got 3 of them by the looks of things. Oh no. 10 available there. More than 10 available there. He claims to have a huge stock of them. Supposedly. So I don't know. I don't know. It's not really going to matter what type of 240 it is. So long as it can cope with TTL incoming signals and output TTL signals, so 5 volts, 4 volts plus whatever. It can be a HC, it can be an LS, it can be an S, it can be a HCT, it can be an ACT, it can be anything really. Any of them. It really doesn't matter in this application which speed grade or technology it uses. me just have a look on here. Though I doubt it, no. I was wondering if there was anything on the bad sector hard drive, but there isn't. Right, let's have another look for a different board. I'm not really going to have time to do it tonight anyway. It's going to have to wait for a few days. These anti-static bags are all very well, but they ain't half slidey. Does this have one? This is the parallel card. The one that I took the interrupt controller out of the other week to get the PDP-11 going. 374s, 244s, 241, 244s, 374s. Ah, it's got a 240. There is a 240 on here. There is one 240 on this card. And it already has the interrupt controller DC003 removed and replaced with a dead one. So that is a possibility, but again I would rather not. I would rather wait, well I'm going to have to wait a few days anyway, but order some on the internet and get them delivered. I don't really want to be putting together an entire Mouser order just for those. So I'll probably just buy some off eBay. No, that's all the ones with through holes that I've got really, those. So no, I don't really want to rip them off those boards if I can, but I say I'm not going to have time tonight anyway. So I might as well stick in an order with somebody that can get me some. For Thursday. Let's have a look on Switch, because they quite happily do small orders. They do 273s and 27s in the LS. Do 244s in the HCs. Let's look for the 240. See what there is. All these things that come up as 240. let's go 74 HC74. Go and look at it. Go and look at it. Go on. And then we go to... What's the category? Give me the category that it's in. Oh, you don't have categories, do you, on your website? Integrated circuits. We can turn the scope off now, can't we? We don't eat the scope. Logic ICs. DIL 20. 373, 244, 373, 273, 374, 377 and 574. No, they don't have them. That's a shame. Seven-four LS240. 10 pieces of from China, no thank you. UK only. 6 Motorola LS240s, brand new, £5 plus £3 delivery. That looks fine. That one at the back there, does it look like it's been sanded off? Or is it just the lighting? No, I think it's okay. We've used this seller, UK in stock components. I shall order some from them then. 74 LS240. Doing this on my other screen where you can't see. ×6, UK in stock components. Buy it now. I need my phone for this, aren't I? Okay. Code for my authenticator app. Where's it gone? Come here. No, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Use my PayPal balance, go for it. Okay, ordered. Right, they're ordered. Should be dispatched tomorrow. Might arrive Thursday if we're lucky. E-string 0, yes. Should get it by the 10th of March, apparently. Okay. Second class, 10th of March. Between, Thursday, hopefully they'll arrive. Thursday to Tuesday, so we'll get them soon. So do I want to just cut this out and remove it? and see if that improves matters. You bought the shift registers for your System 1 keyboard from them, fair enough. And that's still functioning now, that's a good sign. So, do I just want to rip this chip off then? And see what happens? Since I've got replacements coming for it. What's the worst that can happen? I've got half an hour of stream time left. Perform a little surgery. It's kind of a shame that I can't easily get everything over a bit, can I? Or can I? I might be able to. Push it all that way a little. It's right down here on the edge. It's that chip there. And this is the drive controller, and it gets quite hot, which is quite likely if that chip is pulling down its bus. It's trying to drive it and it can't.
Champion!
With 69 bits, a swarm of dead insects says.
Tomatoes and potatoes and cheese Corgo 69.
Thank you for the bits. Right, so that chip is going. We're going to rip that off. It's non-critical to the operation of the system. So let's just cut through its pins. It's too late to go back now, I've started. Not the best cutters for this, but they're the smallest ones I've got at the moment. Zoe, what is he doing to you? I'm cutting your chips off. Let's see if I can do this side easier. Adrian Black makes this look so easy, cutting chips out like this. Let's move all this lot out of the way. Goats don't go cheap, that's chickens, ha ha. I wonder if I can see with that now. Vaguely. I can get one side cut, then I can fatigue the other side off. wonder if these will get in there any easier. I doubt it very much. No, not a chance. Those ones certainly won't. Where have all my small cutters gone? Ah, there's a pair down there. These might be better. They're crap, but they are smaller. Try not to damage this chip while I'm at it. Those are shite. Through the magic of video editing, lots of things can be made to look easy, indeed. Through the magic of having some semi-decent cutters, semi-decent small cutters, make it look easy. It's free on that side anyway. Right. Now I get to wiggle it just a little bit. Okay, it is removed. Now let's just clean up the horrible mess I've left behind. Make sure there's no short circuits like there. Okay. Now we shall see what we shall see as I bring the power supply back in. Plug in the debug port and plug in the power. Okay, we're ready to go. Let's see what happens on here when we power up. It's that one there, isn't it? And turning on the power now. Nada. Zip. Hastecoat pixels. Wire cutters gouging legs, absolutely. Removing a potentially troublesome chip. We have something happening. The cursor moved. Something is going on. And the USB has gone crazy again. Let's restart that. Now moved on to USB 2.
Quai 99 chat jazz is alright.
A bit too much improvisation for my taste, frankly. All that honking and squeaking. Give me a nice predictable rhythm any day.
Right, so it looks like there's still not a lot happening on here. Let's see what we can probe now. Where's my ground lead extension gone? Let's see how this bus looks now.
First use a lot. Go find a badger to bother, please.
Okay, so we are looking at the remains of E156 and pins 12, 14, 16, 18 on this side here. So that's 12. Those are now high, whereas before they were actually that was wrong, that's floating but not getting completely screwed over now. And the other ones are 3, 5, 7, 9. 3, 5, 7, 9. You shouldn't really be doing that anyway, Ben. The enable pin is doing things, but I would expect this now to be able to actually connect through. Well, not connect through, but it should now be able to actually pull that to a proper direction. But I'm worried by that being low like that. There's nothing. What else drives that? Where are we? There. What else drives this bus? That's all output there. That's all output there. It's coming in as well from this side, which is...
Swarm of dead insects, go fuck yourself.
That was not very nice of him. Right, it's being driven by this 240 here, sometimes. Which, let's check this one, that's 160. Which is 160, which is up here. Let's probe that one. Up there. And see what that's giving us. Especially I want to look at pin 1. This is for the floppy drive, this. Is that ever being asserted? I think he has, Ben, yes. He's just having a big strop. I might have to remove that directive from his brain. Seems to be trying to do its self-tests at the moment, but corrupting nastily.
First use a lot. I'm busy collecting discarded bottle caps.
Like the
Very important work, you know.
Like the data getting to the serial is getting corrupted in some way. baud rate is being set wrong or something. Something seriously screwed up on this bus.
PJB9 now, Sam 950, and
Nice.
one ball, not a treasure hunter.
Now leave me to my foraging.
Doing horrible things to my USB. I've got multiple mini-coms locked and unable to kill at the moment as well. Normally I do horrible things to the USB, indeed. I've turned Zoe into patient 0, indeed. Right, what was I doing? I was looking at that pin there, which is the enable pin on this one, and that one's just never getting enabled. So the bus is just floating. Now, is it floating? Because the floppy drive, the universal drive chip is not playing ball, not being initialized. Where is the UDC? It's 10, wasn't it? There it is, the UDC. Chip select, pin 16. That's power cycle. Because if it's never getting selected, then it's never going to drive the bus properly. But if that dead chip has caused this chip to die, then that would also cause it to not drive the bus. But I'm not seeing any chip select activity yet. The wheels aren't going round. No, the bus is functioning, but it's not happy. And people are not going up and down. The wheels are turning, but the people aren't going up and down. Yeah. This one here, we are getting constant probing. But this one here, we get nothing. Ever. Where does this one come from? That's the question. That is... this here, which is drive, stat in, and select RX. Select RX is somewhere on here, possibly. Select RX is coming from here, which is coming from the data bus. 74LS30. I hate this way of doing. You can't see it because of the logic analyzer, can you? The oscilloscope. Let's move that up there. I hate this way of doing logic gates. Sticking inverters all over AND gate. LS32 is OR gate. That's a strange way of doing OR gates. So both of those have to be low for that to go low. So select RX is going low. Select RX is an inversion of this one here, which is a 273 pin 15, which comes from D6 pin 17 here, which is pin 5 of the one we've just removed. But we're just seeing that on there. So that's going through, that signal there is going into D6 on here, pin 17. Coming out of here, a 273 doesn't invert, it's a latch. So that only needs to have happened once. When the clock triggers pin 11 on 155. 155 is this one down here, pin 11. That has to clock once in its lifetime, unless it's just starting with everything low. Hey Bampan, just in time. I'm just on the verge of finishing. That doesn't appear to ever be doing anything. So that's pin 16 on here. Hang on. Yeah, that was 11, 13, 14, 15. That's pin 16 there, which is low. Okay. That's going through an inverter. Well, select RX H, that's not going through the inverter. So select RX is permanently low. So drive stat in is going up and down. That comes from here somewhere, does it? Drive stat in L comes from that decoder, which comes from here. So everything going into this decoder goes comes from here. So this is obviously doing things that it should be doing. So it's constantly probing the drive status. It's not getting a drive status for obvious reasons. But that chip appears to be working, and I don't think it's had a cause to write anything out yet on its data bus. Yeah, it's just a strange, different way of doing this, of writing the same kind of gate, which is odd because here in the same schematic they've got that style for the same kind of chip. In fact, that's E131. No, they're both LS32s, and they've drawn them in two completely different ways. I mean, why? Use one or the other. I don't mind. Use one or the other. Don't just randomly switch between them. Good old deck schematics. They can't make their mind up what they want to be. So this chip looks like it's probably working. And it's trying to get information from this chip. But that's all it's doing. The only inputs to this bus are the one we've removed, the one which is never getting selected, and the UDC. And if the UDC has no cause to write anything, then we're never going to see anything on the bus. So the bus is basically just floating at the moment. I wonder what the resistance on that bus is. Right, so if we're going from, let's pick at random pin 18. So 18 to ground is saying open circuit. That direction 7 meg. Okay. Pin 18 to 5 volts. 7 meg. Other polarity open circuit. Right, so it's not being pulled to a middle value with resistors. It's just sort of floating midway, which is probably coming from the drive controller chip. Does this... Where are we? There. Does this chip have any form of interrupts? It does. Pin 2 is the interrupt pin. Let's see if it's outputting any interrupts on pin 2. Evidently not. So no, it's not causing an interrupt storm on the bus. And that's the chip select, and it's never getting selected. So we're not getting as far as selecting it, really, are we? As far through the self-tests of selecting it. So where does this come from, this CS9224 and K3? It's 543. This all comes from the VAXstation chip. The VAXstation chip being that. Okay, let's think about this a moment. We've definitely... That data bus was definitely looking incredibly iffy with that chip in. But that data bus is local to just the drive control system. So that shouldn't be affecting the rest of it. We're getting a mess on serial. The main data bus BDAL looks good. The memory bus looks good. Should we be looking at serial to see whether that looks good? That's correct, Ben. BDAL and the VAXstation, which generates their chip selects. And read-write logic. The UDC should not be affecting the bus at all because it's never being selected. BDAL Sassoon, yes. BDAL looks healthy. There's no pulling down to low levels when it shouldn't be. It's all going up nice high levels. Nothing sort of going at half levels or anything like that. It all looks electrically. It looks good. And that's the DZ serial ports chip. Sometimes when I power it up, we get something out of serial. Sometimes we don't. Before I was getting as far as self-tests happening, and I was even able to exercise it and do all its internal tests and everything, and it was passing perfectly fine. Then it started not powering up properly, and then now it just won't power up at all. The reset, power on reset logic. What's all this lot here? This is the dual band VCO with charge pump and active filters. I have no idea what that is all for, but that could be playing up. Don't know what it's for. Let's go right back to the top. Okay. This is all our clock generation here. That's power on. K1 power on H. Let's take a look at that. I think that's probably like a power good kind of signal. I mean, BDAL was running. We could see the bus doing what you'd expect a bus to do. So the chips were running. But let's take a look at E165. Is it in there? Are these both numbered E161 here? That's E161. Is that also E161 or is that E1? That could be a 5, I suppose, couldn't it? What were we looking for? 165. There's 166. It's 393. There's a number of those sort of chips up here. That is a 393. This mess here is a 393. So it could be that one. We want pin 1 of that. Let's see what we get from that. That should go high. That goes high. Slight delay and it goes high. Let's have a look at CP reset. See where that's coming from. Because that goes into the CPU's reset pin. That's on page 3, CP reset. CP reset. It's coming from the VAXstation. Pin 108 of the, oh god. 108 of God knows how many. Random data pin on a ROM. That's reading or writing memory. That's the data on the ROM, so that's reading ROM. Where are we? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Chip select on the ROM. We can change its personality so that it thinks that that is the system. Make sure that it knows that that is the system console. See if we get anything. Because in one mode the default console is on the printer port, in another mode the default console is on the video port. Whichever side I have the jumper, it doesn't really make any difference. If I take the serial dongle out and jam a pair of tweezers in its holes, I can loop back fine. So my serial connection to it all is working. Yes, there was corrosion up that end of the board where the serial is. So it is possible that something has corroded even further up there. So that end of the board. Because that's the jumper, that's the NVRAM battery connector, which is where the corrosion came down and then spread out through here. So it is possible that something there has finally given up the ghost. I keep saying goat. But it all looks fine. Getting nothing on the serial. Let's get some IPA on these chips and things over here. Looking for any hot spots. This one here does warm up faster than the others. But that's just a, well, I say just, that's a serial line driver. Or a FIFO or something. It's, yeah, I can't remember exactly what it is. It's a DEC 3341 -2. So it might be FIFO actually. That's E5. No, 57 is the line. 57 is the line driver. 57 is the line drivers are the little quad chips up here, and they are quite happy. What's E5 and E6? FIFOs. Yeah, those are FIFOs. They're RAM, so they can high-speed static RAM, so you can expect them to get quite warm when they're active. So it's possible that the FIFO E7 is E7 is, I believe that's part of the Ethernet. Yeah. It's the Ethernet transceiver for BNC. So that's, even if that was completely dead, that's galvanically isolated, so it's irrelevant. It's on the far side of the mags. But these FIFOs come from SL bus, a separate bus, which is connected straight into the DZ chip. Yeah, I'm not really worried about that one at all. So yeah, I'm running out of immediate ideas. We certainly need to replace that chip when the new ones arrive, which might make the floppy drive or the universal drive controller happier. But that shouldn't be in play at all at the moment because it's just not being activated and appears to be functioning. Just not doing anything because it's not being told to do anything yet. I'm wondering, this board is currently running the modified SCSI ROMs. What if I put back in the original ROMs? If I still have the original ROMs, well, I do still have them, but where? happened with them? Ah. It might well be heat related, yes. Let's replace the ROMs, just in case these ROMs are not happy or have somehow corrupted, or which is a possibility because they're modern flash-based ones. Good. Getting them out is a bit of a bugger though, because there's no room. I don't have a dip extractor. It would be nice to have a dip extractor, but I don't have a dip extractor. Orange mini eggs, oh yum. You little bugger. Thank you. I do need a wee chip extractor. Oh, hello. That's not going to help matters, is it? Look what I've just found. Where's my... That's not an ideal situation now, is it? It should have been making contact fine, but... Ooh. Not ideal. And it's been working fine for God knows how long, and that's not moved. so it shouldn't be a problem, but, well, I'll straighten it up anyway. If it works perfectly with the the original ROMs installed, that might have been the problem. Intermittent connection. But that doesn't explain why it's been working perfectly for God knows how long. Bit of contact cleaner always helps. The socket. I mean, the flexing of the board when I moved it all to put the emulator in might have just moved it enough to break the contact. You have to pick and choose your chocolate very carefully. Dark chocolate is usually pretty good, or chocolate with soya in it. What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Let's power it up, see what happens. Well, that's not fixed it. Let's just change its personality just in case. I've put these in the right order, haven't I? 78, 77, 28, 27, yes. Zero, 1, 2, 3 are their numbers which correspond with what I've taken out. Poop indeed. Cheese is better than chocolate? What about cheese and chocolate? Dark chocolate plus blue cheese. Combine the two together. A piece of dark chocolate with a blob of blue cheese on top and a smattering of lactase pills. Have you ever tried that? Dark blue chocolate cheese, yes. Oh, hell no, G-Pen. The two go together absolutely perfectly. It sounds very surprising, but they do. They just work together. They just complement each other perfectly. The saltiness of the cheese coupled with the sweetness of the
Stop it!
chocolate, or the
They're coming
Not
for
the
you,
sweetness of the
all
chocolate,
right?
but the flavour of the chocolate just works.
Stop it. You're
Garak Durak raiding with a party of 70. Oh, hello.
There comes one of them now.
Hello. I'm just about to contemplate finishing off, which I should have done half an hour ago. I'm puzzling over why my VAXstation is not VAXstationing. Yes, Jeepin, behave, will you? There may have been, quite possibly. Yeah, it's just not behaving. It was working perfectly, then it just started not booting right, and then it started failing during its self-tests, and now it won't even power up. I just get nothing, not even noise. Best run over time so as not to be rude to our guests. Yes, VAXstation is stationary indeed. Yes, you worked on VAX during your studies in the 80s. Yeah. Well, when I was at university in the early 90s, we were all VAX. But this one just is refusing to VAXify. All the voltages seem fine, all the signals seem fine, the buses all seem fine, it's just not doing what it should do. I'm expecting stuff to appear on here, but it doesn't. And we're racking our brains trying to work out what to probe, because everything we probed, apart from one chip actually, which we have removed, has seemed fine. But that one chip is on the hard drive side of the hard drive controller, and has always been suspect because I may have broken that chip the other day. The chip we removed was E156, which is the one which takes the inputs from the hard drive, buffers them, isolates them, and puts them on the hard drive bus. For the UDC here to read in and keep track of. But we're not getting as far as the UDC even being queried. Well, Ben, you are a bot, after all.
Stews a lot. I'm a womble, not a politician.
Yeah, we downright slaughtered it. Yeah, we ripped its legs off to get it out. Because that's the only way with this kind of board, with this multi-wire construction in epoxy. It's just horrible. Yeah, I need a new BIS because my website is a treasure trove of data for AI bots to scrape. And without a new BIS, it just gets absolutely slaughtered. And not in a good way. Right, I'm going to put my custom ROMs back in again. Because those are the ones that I want to have in use. So that I can use the SCSI. Oh, these are really grabby sockets. told you, Ben, it's not a false positive. You are a bot. I thought you knew that.
Dialgemet says beep boop.
Okay, Ben, have you ever injured a human being? Physically. Intentionally. With malice aforethought.
Champion!
With 69 bits, a swarm of dead insects says.
Corco 69 Math Trivia, the B. In Benoit B. Mandelbrot stands for Benoit B. Mandelbrot.
He's a recursive algorithm, is he? Come on, Chip, get out, will you? Okay, 2 chips removed. Gotcha. 3 chips removed. Let's have a look on Amazon. Okay, I look for dip extractor and it gives me dust extractors. We've got these cheapo, crappy, U-shaped bits of metal. We've got a set of PLC ones, PLCC extractors, they're useful. Is there anything better than these crappy things? I mean, there's plenty of these kind. Yeah, there's the 610s. Yeah, there's plenty of this kind of PLCC extractor, which would be useful to have. But is there anything better than just a bent bit of metal like that for one of those ones? Yeah, that wouldn't help me in this case because of where the chips are. I can't get to the far side because they're right up against a 1.5 inch tall connector. So I can't actually physically get to the far side of it. But having a little bent one like that would be nice. So for this, that would possibly be a better option. Let's turn the scope off. They're cheap and tacky, but bad request. Oh, it's got a comma in it which breaks the come on, copy that. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was hoping for. Something more like that. But again, that may not even be usable for me in this instance. Although, if that's the edge of the chip, it might just get in there. £25 for one of those. 24 to 40. Yeah, something like that would be really nice. IC extractor tool. Got the cheap plastic clips, which are quite good actually at times. If you can't get to the ends of the chips, these ones can be quite useful. But that's for tiny chips. That's the only ones like that really on here, I think, so far. The trumpet. Love it. Scarnet. I do like a bit of Scar. No, I'm not seeing any others of that sort of ilk. Yeah, there's just no activity on that chip other than on that whole drive section, other than the main UDC trying to probe that chip. There's no activity from outside that circuit at all, so I don't think that has any bearing on it really. Right. There's an assortment on my list. There's the PLCC and the end cheapo puller. We've got the small 300mm whatever side extraction clip tool, and we've got the fancy expensive one. All on my list. So take your pick. Take your pick. It's up to you. Oh, and I'll stick that one as well. There we go. That's on there as well. There's things on my list now. I was three-quarters of the way through removing these chips, wasn't I? Last one to go. I can't actually get to that side of the chip with anything. Well, this one's not so bad, but that one's there. Certainly can't. But this one I can actually get under this end just. It's out. Is the original Unix source code public? There are some versions of Unix source code available, yes. Hello, Buzztrike. Amazon's crap. We here on the webcam are the only items that will let you buy. Oh dear. That's odd, to say the least. Try VPNing. Okay. Yeah, Unix version 4 was a tape that was found in a closet that was archived and made bootable. I don't recall if there was source on it or not. There might have been source on it. There is certainly early versions of Unix source code available, yes. Right, we'll see if this does anything now. Which button? That button. Let's just check that the serial is still serialing. Yeah, I have serial. I power up. Make sure there's nothing shorting anywhere. No, nothing under there, that's okay. That's all okay on that. We hit the go button. And we get nothing. Yeah, there's a SimH image of it all that runs quite happily. It's all bootable. I've booted it all myself. It's bugger all in it really. It's not really usable by modern standards. Those ones do worry me actually. Those address pins, those higher address pins on the ROMs. They don't look too healthy, but I'm not sure. It might just be switching noise from the buffers, where you've just got a little bit of an overlap of switching from one signal to another. Yeah, there was just a flash of perfectly good signal then. So I think it's just that that's just demultiplexing noise and isn't really doing anything, because this is a very high bit in the address, and yeah, there is actual proper activity going there, so that's okay. Someone's flashing. You suspect Ben. Yeah, amongst the demultiplexing noise, there's signal's fine. Yeah, that's just demux noise. That's all that is. Shipping's not that subtle. So everything that I probe appears to be fine. So my brain has rebelled now and told me that it can't think of anything else. We've tried everything we can immediately think of. Hopefully Thursday the new chip shall arrive, and we'll put that in. Though I can't see that would have any bearing on it at all, because that's isolated behind the main UDC. It's not the ROMs. We've swapped the ROMs back and forth. We did find that problem with the ROM, but that's been rectified and made no difference. There's nothing obviously getting overly hot.
Dopez chat, ambient music is like watching paint dry. Pleasant enough, but not exactly stimulating. And sticking with something with a bit more pep.
So I don't know where to go from here at the moment. Every signal we probe, apart from on that drive bus, seems fine. So it could be a problem with serial at that end of it. So maybe we'll probe that on Thursday and see if we can puzzle anything out there. Check that the line drivers and everything are driving properly. Because certainly strange things have been happening with Serial. Right, but that's for Thursday. I have to finish now because I've overrun by a whole hour. Which is not like me at all, is it? Right. Outro time. Thank you all for joining me this evening. We have failed miserably to solve the problems of this VAXstation, but we have identified one possible problem.
My kind of party. Wish I had time.
Which we should be able to completely rectify on Thursday, hopefully if the chip arrives in time. I thought it was going to be a power supply problem, but it doesn't appear to be. Everything seems fine. Not been a good couple of days in deck streaming world, really. No, well, deck stuff is old. Old stuff dies. That's what happens with it. It's part of the challenge of owning ancient computers. They die. Spending half your time diagnosing them, working out why they're not working. So there is a possibility that she's developed a memory problem. But when she was powering up, the memory tests were all perfectly fine. But she doesn't even get far enough to power up now. Well, she's powering up, but she's not doing anything sensible.
Right then, time to wrap things up.
A massive thank you to everyone who joined the stream today. It was a lovely bunch. Special thanks to Bistronic NJ, GoGo Gadget 3 and 260, PC Margers, Quine99, Princess Fuzzy Blood, Majenko Tech, Jeepin 24/7, Daftnical, Dopaz, Garak, Jorak, Childrew, TMKDK, Martin X, Tyler Hoot, Chloe Raccoon, Sus a lot, SVK28, PJB 9950, Bam Bam, Swarm of Dead Insects, Hot Rocks, Girl, Scoped Pixels, and Stream Elements for the good company.
Huge thanks to A Swarm of Dead Insects for the subscription, and Jeepin 24/7 for the generous 3 subscriptions.
A shout out to our subscribers PJB9950, Sus a lot, Chloe Raccoon, Tyler Hoot, Martin X, and RF Programmer.
Garak Jurak, thanks for the raid with 70 viewers. And a final slightly embarrassed acknowledgement that Chloe Raccoon reigns supreme with 1 fart.
Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you for the follow, Buzztronic. Well, then we have spares of those coming, so we can possibly look at that one as well on Thursday. Maybe replace it if needed. But yeah, be sure to join me on Thursday. Are you going to do some more Lego tomorrow, Ben? I hope so. From about 9 PM, join Baljamet for building his Lego Enterprise. About 9:30 GMT. Yep. I shall try and join you once I get back from singing. You should indeed, Ben, yes. Bal's Lego Enterprises, yep. Possible that it might be outputting on the video, maybe? I haven't looked at video. If that is playing up in that corner then, Ben, yeah. Maybe I should look at the mono output on it. See if we're getting any video out of it. That could be interesting. I must have missed that one, G-Pin, sorry. Anyway, I'll see you Thursday.
Red alert! All hands to battle stations. Engage.